It's time to get unlucky. Hello, it's me. And today we're going to start with Walpurgisnacht, apparently. Hatred and despair. How's the taste? Said they brewed it with the tea leaves XICHUN gave us. Called Baihao Yin Shen or something, I think? It's like, it's a nice cup of tea that goes down easily. Not as good as Yiren's, though. Yeah? Cool wind of Dagwan Yuan blows under this pavilion. What's up, robot? We're doing Walpurgisnacht. Now that we've survived another huge incident, I was planning to hold some consultation sessions with the sinners like I always do. But, are we pursuing the immortality, my homies? No! Immortality is cringe! I wasn't sure when Mephistopheles was coming back, so I decided to conduct them outdoors. Well, a change of scenery can be nice from time to time. As much as I'd love to be part of that discussion, this thing didn't come with a mouth. That must be a sore spot, Dante. You've expressed that feeling before, remember? Whenever we were snacking together, you'd say things like that. I read Lord Lu's Uptie story yet? I forget. I did not. I was saving that for today, actually. You gave up the complimentary food from the warp train to Rhodia too. You must have been curious of its taste back then. Well, you know, it's not all that bad. I think I feel regret and sadness. It's kind of tragic, almost. Ever since Hong Lu severed the cycle that bound the hierarchs of Daguanyuan and sealed the Danren in their temple, making a lot of expressions that I hadn't seen before. Moreover, lately I'd been getting the impression that he's actively been trying to express his feelings and thoughts, even for things his past self would have simply accepted as is. Like an old dam breaking its fresh spring water surging to freedom. I can't give you a mouth, but you can trust me to give you a very detailed explanation of flavors. So feel free to ask anytime. Yeah, thanks. And honestly, I think it's a good thing. Especially because, more so than anything, I could sense that Hong Lu was gently enjoying these moments. I think I can safely mark him down as experiencing very positive changes in my consultation notes. Though I'm not sure if any of that'll get through to you, given that you probably don't even remember the taste of food anyway. Let me change that to started on a path to achieving some very positive changes. Excuse me, manager? That's when Sinclair suddenly rushed up to us on the pavilion. What's going on? I know you're in the middle of a consultation, but there's this huge, big as a house truck by the entrance that's... The point is, I think you might have to come see this! Boy, Clockhead. Is that... The truck was indeed massive. It certainly did live up to all the fuss Sinclair kicked up, but... ain't that something, huh? Didn't seem to me that the other sinners were all that concerned about it. Is everything okay here? Hope it's not another attack on Daguanyuan. The evil and intimidating headless Lei-Heng. Huh? Alright. Well, we did suspect that at first, but it's alright. Thus, no one on the bus knows how to observe. It's all about the details, get it? Look, it's right there. Company logo. Where? Seriously? It's right there in that corner over there. Ishiro pointed at something on the vehicle, irritation clear in her voice. She stared really hard at whatever she was pointing at. And managed to find Limbus Company's logo painted on the vehicle. It was the size of a palm. They were this close to chopping that truck into a million pieces when I pointed that out. Gotta say, I'm impressed you even managed to make out what that is. Don't look like anything other than a smudge to me. Guess eyesight's really the first thing that goes with age. I mean, it's kind of their fault for making it so small and conspicuous, you know? The bugs in my throat were crawling back up. That's because it's not a public-facing vehicle. Sode walked into our circle, dusting her hands and brushing past a few disgruntled words. This is a research vehicle used by the LCE department. Used this once before, remember? Extrapolating for the material and the color of the truck's cover panel, we determined that it is the same transportation device used for the regular checkup. Right on! Ever since he used it safely to arrive at LCE, we've been using it to move the LCC base around. Does that mean we were your guinea pigs? And guess what? Just today, when we opened the truck to transport a different team... Oi! Don't ignore me! Instead of answering Heathcliff's question, Stone walked up to the truck and swung open its rear doors. The cannon Unc Gregor. In it, we saw the same mess of machines we saw back then, and... Hey, this light! The now familiar green light. I see. So, has there been any further modification to this vehicle since then? Well, I'm not certain on the details, but LCE's chief research... Hohenheim. Yes, him. Are you two well acquainted? Not very well, but I do make an effort to remember his minor yet numerous mistakes. He sounds oddly happy. Anyways, according to the research report he gave us, the vehicles have been modified to allow for universal use across other departments of Limbus Company. LCB's bus... Mephistopheles, right? The report said something about using the back door of that bus as a reference to equip this vehicle with various functions. And... that explains why this phenomenon is taking place here. I got it. Yet, how is this possible when we sit not astride the bus seats? It is not a theoretical impossibility. Certain major parts of the technology forming its engine have been shared with Hohenheim. It is within the realm of possibility that the engine's influence have been transferred there as well. However, the means by which it has affected this vehicle has to be studied. It seems to comprehend our subsequent. Could it, mayhap, reacting to the presence of... Oh. At this moment, Mephistopheles is currently boarded by Virgilius, Charon, and various other members of LCCB, including Pilot. Therefore, if they have traveled far, conjecture may be true. Or, there exists a flow that ensures our encounter with the... regardless of the environment surrounding us. Perhaps. Faust talked to herself, staring pensively into the distance, before turning toward us again with mild resignation. Lead the way, Dante. If it has found us, then it must rightly be observed. Ah! Knew it! It's the former L-Corp's turn! Huh? What do you mean, knew it? Heathcliff opened a betting pool about where our next location's going to be. Betting pool? Alright! What'd I say? Pay up, you gits! You told me it was just about time the patterns changed! No way. But it was just the right time to bet against the odds! By the looks of it, the bet seemed to have been about whether this would take us to the library of the Lobotomy Corp headquarters. Hey! Something about this place seems a bit different from the other former L Corp hallways we saw in the past. It sounds to this well, Manager Esquire? Oh, 'tis familiar, yet unfamiliar indeed. A stage for a play, almost. Seems it's gotten wider, too. Still the same long and narrow hallway, but it's slightly wider. While it is unknown as to how many days have passed in these headquarters. Prithee, repeat what you have said? No. This subject can be discussed later, when its veracity becomes clearer. Sharing the current circumstances of this place, we find ourselves at the Lobotomy Corp headquarters of a certain day, at its central command, to be exact. The very center of the middle layer. Then the ones we visited so far must have been in the upper layer. Correct. It is said that the departments of the Lobotomy Corporation headquarters were progressively unlocked with the passage of time. According to the reports, the headquarters crumbled and fired that skyward light. It was... Indeed. It appears that with every visit, we find ourselves at a further point in time here. As soon as the current day can be pinpointed. Might even be able to experience that day. Perhaps, then... Gee, guys, I wonder who broke out this time. Oh. Didn't take long. We're here to take care of some more deal or something again, aren't we? Hey, I'm not complaining. We're kind of loafing around and doing nothing while XICHUN left for that grand conference to decide the future of Dagwan Yuan or something. But we have so little time. I must prepare a more intense training regimen to make up for lost time. Whichever it is. It'll be F-U-N. What's everyone waffling on about? You, the Saphira. It's an angry one this time. Aw, do these still work? I don't have that toggle. Oof. Yeah, what do you expect? Some other voice speaking through the Central Command PA system other than Tifreth? Tifreth, the employees are confused. Please explain the situation to them. Huh? There's two of them? Yes, I'm also Tifreth. Central Command, unlike other departments, boasts a rather significant size. It is large enough to have be managed in two areas, A and B. It is said that this is why they have two separate Sephiroth managing this department. Yeah, and it's a lot, even between the both of us, which is why it's up to you to be more thorough. Yeah, bring out the ordeal already. What are we destroying this time? Like I said, what are you all waffling on about? There's been an abnormality containment breach. The whole company's about to go belly up because everyone else is off trying to suppress the mess on the other side. Then, the alarm that was blaring all throughout the company suddenly went quiet. Ah, shit! Oh no, second warning. Ugh. Great, look what you did, you bunch of slackers. Get to our headquarters now! Deal with the blue entity. Blue entity, huh? That is. Okay. This one's kind of elaborate, huh? Your floating sword is so hard to parry. It's so long reach and it's so thin that I can hardly see where it's... As if to prove Sinclair's words, the Azure abnormality fired another volley of thrusting swords in our direction. Just as we braced... Yeah! Rays of pink light coalesced before Sinclair, materializing... Or someone rushed onto the scene and parried away the flying swords. Her again? Leaping right into the action the moment the second warning goes off. Huh? You're... Sorry I'm late. Here comes Magical Girl. Dear fucking God. La criatura. Also, this bum never helped me during a second warning! Feels so bad, but she won't be a threat to you now. Art thou verily a veritable magical maiden? Of course I am. I'm a magical girl, fighting to vanquish these evil arcana. This magic in the legendary codices does exist for truth, and thy most fashionable costume must be forced us to gather the magical powers. Don Quixote, calm yourself. Huh? Where are you guys going? I'll somehow manage to precisely snatch Don Quixote's wildly flapping arms mid-motion and drag her away from the magical girl and back to our group. Riftwood did stop tracking me from this consultation of great significance! I have mountains of questions to ask her! That thing is no magical girl. What is with the conspiratorially low voice and this... Oh? 00104. Risk level 5. It is a veritable abnormality, dubbed the Queen of Hatred for recording purposes. Fine! That maiden there was an abnormality, yet she speaketh and appeareth just like a human! And to label someone whose sheer appearance exudes just as Queen of Hatred? I believe that it has been impressed upon you many times in the past that abnormalities should not be judged by their exteriors. Indeed, they possess their sense of self. They think and they feel. Perhaps by the head standards, they may meet the criteria of what is considered a human. However, that is an abnormality. No more, no less. But look at her, she's so oomphy looking! We slowly turn around to look at the blue-haired thing, compelled by Faust's stern tone. But it was just there, humming a light tune, swinging that staff around. Oh, the lights. Wonderful! Looks like I managed to protect the peace once again! And when the red lights turned off and the alarm stopped blaring in our ears, it puffed away with the same pink swirl of light she first appeared with. Phew, this is annoying. Why did that abnormality have to be contained at our department? Look at all those central bums that got fucking washed by someone fucking up a Night of Despair. How do you... What kind of bum-ass manager is in charge of this fucking facility? How'd you fuck up Night of Despair? Couldn't be helped, Tifrith. Not even the manager knows which abnormality will appear at the headquarters. Yeah, that's true. She just gets on my nerves, you know? Always showing up at the tail end of a huge mess like the second warning. Barely doing anything to help, leaving the scene like she did something. Oh, you're so real for that, Tifrith. You know how she completely loses it unless we baby her all the time, right? Tifrith, the mic is still on. Yes, so let them listen. The employees have to know that this abnormality is still an abnormality at the end of the day, I guess. Our management appears to be quite the source of stress. Yet odd is odd here. The maiden hath assisted us dearly in our battle, did she not? To suggest that she is hardly of any help is preposterous. Please review this document. It is a consolidation of management reports for that abnormality from the former L Corp. Fortunately, it seems that an extended period of management experience has left a quite detailed report behind. Huh? Oh, damn. She wasn't kidding about having to baby this one, huh? The students' expressions all start to turn rather sour the further you read along the report. I skimmed through it and, looks like she's got this compulsive obsession that she always has to be outside of justice. She grows more and more hysterical the longer a peaceful period lasts? What is her problem? Not anything to say to that old great scholar of fixes? Indeed, just quite different from what I anticipated. As fortune should have it, we did not encounter the mutated form of the Queen of Hatred today. However, as they also possess such a thing as psychological stability, or sanity. It seems that employees assigned to this abnormality had the responsibility to keep it at higher levels at all times. Cannot have been easy to put up with humoring a monster in human skin. At least humoring them is the extent of the required effort at this point. You were implying that the management of abnormalities entails something far more complicated than simply calibrating their sanity to a reasonable level. Yes, that is correct. It seems that this headquarters is yet to attract a larger quantity of abnormalities. Thank you for the follow, Happy Wild Hunt. A moment, Bill. To say that they extract... Isang furrowed his brows and started, noticing a strangeness in her choice of words, but... Being a moment. We already found ourselves returned to the mess of machinery that was LCE's vehicle. Ah, it seems that this is where this scenario ends. Dante, as there may be further information that can be garnered from this experience, repeated visits to the... is also recommended. Okay, got it! Isang approached Faust to continue his earlier question, but Faust only shook her head in response, as if to say, that is automatic when someone says... No. It might be one day. That she wasn't certain, or that she couldn't tell him just yet. To me, someone who doesn't even know what's going on with the company they're working for, all these stories from the former L Corp and the library are filled with nothing but confusing mysteries. But something about it makes me feel as though everything that happened in those two places are at once foundations and clues as to what we are going through. Maybe I can even use these moments to understand the stories I've forgotten, the purpose of this company I work for. So, well, who's up for a second run? Let's, like Faust, focus on looking for those clues left behind. Well, that's distressing. Oh, now that I think about it. Huh. Do we have all of them now? Oh, I literally have to go do those. Okay, I'll do that off stream, I think. You have a cool name, bro? I'm sure you're not biased at all. Tell you what, though. We got some tickets to burn through. Let's do the season 1 first. Because, I'm certain I'm gonna be disappointed. It's gonna be a dupe or insult. Can you add me? My ID is right there in the corner, I think. Alright, season 1 guarantee. Alright, obligatory ritual for luck.
나가고 싶어요.
Okay, that's 2 SSRs. You have a forecast for this extraction. Wild Hunt from a season 1 extraction? Holy shit!
쥐는 자의 망치는 이곳에 있나니.
Okay. Oh, good God. Okay, who else did I get?
누구죠? 날 부른 사람이 감당되겠어요?
Wow, that is like the opposite end of extremes for this. Wild Hog. God damn, I got my fucking money's worth. By which I mean I spent nothing, but I... Man, that ticket went hard. Now I can not use your soul and possibly use Ting Tang Hong Lu. Anyway, time will make princesses of us all. What the fuck is this music? You had a question for me, Robot. What's your question? Have I ever played Princess Maker? What an odd question to ask. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was XICHUN with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat XICHUN, unsure what to say next. Well, everyone? XICHUN, seated next to the hierarch's seat upon which XICHUN sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little XICHUN's guests, who stay here at our H-Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q-Corp? What's with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did anyone catch that? Our H-Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting for the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with XICHUN, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, Venerable former Jamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H-Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q-Corp, Venerable former Jamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Jamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H-Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Bunch. Wait. What? What? I can't believe this! You've unlocked the secret command! We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan, despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady XICHUN. Ah, my parents. A true shame that they couldn't be here. I've always sung praises of your expertise, Lady XICHUN. It's him, it's the vaguely yin-yang guy. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarchy war. Very well. Then shall we welcome XICHUN, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hierarch? Greetings, I am... Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H-Corp. XICHUN's expression immediately sours as I was gonna call her Ja Rule. As XICHUN unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, orderly amnesty policy. Hold on, Big Sister XICHUN. Passing the distributive contribution auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before the reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Hey, look! What happens when a person with integrity gets into a high position of power? XICHUN stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H-Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies are pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a few select families and high-ranking officials of H-Corp. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets? That is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? We need to kill... Oh, before we continue, XICHUN, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern. Its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation free fall, and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H-Corp's Articles of Association, you would have known that should H-Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power of the assembly. FEMA moment. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are taking our value. We have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with their ascension? XICHUN was somehow turning the room against XICHUN without presenting a single shred of evidence portraying her some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. We need to kill... No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any family is present, stepped up to point out how XICHUN's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hangyuan's front yard. Yeah, because their asshole entrenched wealth that could probably get a nice ass kicking. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Daguanyuan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence as a recession, despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Hangyuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, XICHUN? Very well. Then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hangyuan singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the bonuses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hangyuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hangyuan's historical statistics. XICHUN must have known all along, too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information to the Zhanhuang worm, or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target XICHUN's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Anamna worm, couldn't possibly answer. Their responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing with someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to vote the motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after XICHUN's power. So this is the picture XICHUN wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the loss or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off. Can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. Nos would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this loss. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of family hierarch's powers will be removed. It's entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. There's some needlessly convoluted way to... Yes, the assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing this motion of no confidence against family hierarch XICHUN to the floor? Hold on! Vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly! The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Shui family too. The arrest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carry the same old resistance to change. I hate generational trauma! The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying XICHUN's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch it do not. Right? You wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. You're walking all over XICHUN like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together. Okay? Very well. I am in agreement. Yeah. Then let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections. 1, 2. The Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month and 3! Here! I have objection! Bloody hell. What, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Huh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly mine efforts have finally borne fruits. She beamed her autism directly into Sinclair, God bless. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff something rub off on you or something? No! Wait! No! What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh? I had taken Ty's suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of LCC. Disputes of succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why aren't you normal all of a sudden? What just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I had a gamer moment! I guess I just assumed that this is how Olympus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from XICHUN's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her ability. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will XICHUN demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. And how could anyone? How could anyone when all we had was we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated the coins you received from Jiachu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jiachu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to, almost literally, carry you to the seat. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Who is this? That's so quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Zichun. Oh, it's Zigon! Okay. Ah, but have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak. But proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans. Which would preclude the participation of the family hierarchs, Heisho Pax, and the Jalan Guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts if such is the case? Ah. What audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in XICHUN's abilities? You must know the consequence of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted sounds from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out. Hong Lu's retort. That's not true at all, Big Sister Gunsun. You actually have just as much confidence in XICHUN as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Gunsun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child. How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well become a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we'll excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... Zigong turns around toward us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take? Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Daguanyuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? XICHUN's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. He's going to learn from us? He's cooked. Win rate, always, every time! That is the lesson I impart to you, XICHUN. We were planning to train XICHUN anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said that the LCB was going to help me out, you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, XICHUN. Big Sister Yanchun's an old snake. Just give her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. XICHUN, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do. But now... Now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right, I pretty much lucked to this position. XICHUN, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you? Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Your self-confidence is significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, XICHUN? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not even know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, XICHUN, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, my sister Yunshin's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that are a testament on her influence? Yep, true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yunshin always used to accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If you just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. Who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yunshin, I think your definition of Han Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she is looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Guan Yuan's. I know that all this has to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talk behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Han Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Han Yuan is... I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. Just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this. Only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Pal to deliver the bad news to Sode. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training XICHUN to win these matches, I mean these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Yunshin's control, by the way, and is probably a trap, within the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sode. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sode. Yes, and I understand that as well. For the 8th time. As always, Sode was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which these sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree! We messed everything up again and... What? What? Olympus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss XICHUN to acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incidents reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled him aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuan-chun's hands. Sinclair's doing his best to be on tempo with his friends, but he's offbeat almost exactly. He is the scrappy little puppy of our group. Except, unfortunately, he's constantly tripping over himself. And that would have led this snake to de facto assume the seat of family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Daguanyuan? This is also a prime opportunity for XICHUN to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but I'm not even going to consider what might happen if we fail. No, we are not. Because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, serious back there when you said that we were all going to reach XICHUN? Teach XICHUN? All 12 of us? Said 13! I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis. That is a statement mired in narrowed vision, rife with factual refraction. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young XICHUN, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So, what are these yellow wormy things here? Aha! 'Tis a star! Twinkle twinkling in its radiance! According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. Lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from... Yeah! Should be a mistake most fatal indeed! I shall correct it post haste! Digong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon their curriculum with their usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Of course, to each their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. But before we move on... Holy shit, that is a lot of cutscenes. Guaranteed Season 5! That for some reason doesn't include every Season 5 ID! It's weirdly selective about which ones it's gonna pull from, because it has everything up to Heisho packs, but doesn't include Heisho Otis. I don't know what the fuck's up with that. But we're gonna do it anyway! And we're gonna, with our luck, get a fucking dupe of fucking Fire Fist Office Survivor Gregor. Let's go! Yippee! Worse, it's what I said last night! A fucking Rodion dupe! Well, there's no Rodion-related stuff I can extract from Season 6, so, I guess those are Sanguine Desire funds. Another student. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. Hey, oh, she's kind of pretty. I've received a total of 12 lessons. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Huh. Yeah, I had it in my lesson plan too. I need a tall, beautiful, bloodthirsty woman like that in my life. Also, it is really weird that we're allied with a finger. Tentatively? That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. How is Zilu alive? He's built different. Plus, as long as you're not decapitated or have your brain crushed in this world, there is no guarantee that you are dead. Unless you're poor. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could have possibly... It's me! You think? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? How goes the depression game? We're raising princesses! Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Whew. I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan, just couldn't stop myself from writing. Whew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an athlete's AAA. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. FU went too far. Right! Sorry! Flip a page to continue reading for those 108 approaches. What a suspicious number! paint you use. Quite viscous, and the paper has partially melted. Is this a water Martian reference? Huh. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got someone on my arm. Ah. Painting. Huh? Zilu? My mutated assassin can't be this cute! Severe aura loss! Entrails coating the world. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. That's saying something considering Zilu's normal line of business. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus it goes to the discard pile. Beach sauce. Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Rest of title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeve fashion and practices. That's right, she does have a bunny pin on her. Cute! Chapter 3. Projecting confidence in why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of you are. All that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world where you can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Zilu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading, The Power of Words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard they will fall to their knees and beg me to stop. God, I need a woman like that in my life. I have plans for an application as well. The lesson teaches the methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms, and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that XICHUN is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but XICHUN's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. Unjustice. Another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Fie on thee! Wherefore? Next. Practice of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to the open door. I wonder who wrote this shit! Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson been taken in. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep under the rug There's this sweet trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed it down to 3 culprits. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. And into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? She can't be this cute. Art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or two into your mouth. Especially useful info while getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts, too. Uh-huh. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Daguan Yuan people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. What the fuck?! I love you, Rusol! This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that it must prioritize strengths that are unique to itself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite. Saw it off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Ha! My philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarch of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh? Huh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest driven societies. And it's still going. That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans... Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Ooh. Sinclair sighed at the gravitas of someone who just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back at school, I used to dream about becoming a teacher myself. Thought I could be good at it. So, I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday... Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? It's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on. Had me for a second there, but what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course. I've prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty, too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what XICHUN's saying. Following that, your company's... Ah, it seems that Zulu has completed a review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most especial! Okay, so that's a no. That was Sode's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust, at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Miss Yigong, Miss Sode, I prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Yigong and Sode weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Yigong, especially, was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zulu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced an entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest efforts. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of XICHUN's teachers. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair, to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't XICHUN the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Ah, now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just XICHUN sitting there on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? It was a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe. That doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget that we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yi-san! I thought we were the underdog duo! Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together! The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely upon the might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Huh? Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? XICHUN's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties... Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month while the other sinners acted as his teachers. They usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if they forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this one on my own. I don't need a bestie. You can feel his heart starting to break. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady has finally a chance to experience school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. XICHUN would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I've become quite occupied with another task of great importance. Assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you, Zilu and Miss Sode. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. Oh my god, Casual Zilu's a fucking charmer. I think I'm in love. Why does this cost 0 in Keflin? What the fuck? Anyway, chat, what do you think? Should we pull for Drifter Ryoshu? I'm sitting on this because I think we get one more... We get one more banner after this, right? So I'm not gonna force the Season 6 guarantee. I literally just explained why I'm not gonna use it. Alright, fair enough. I guess no more pulls, everyone. Not until the new year. "30 days of classes." Look at the sparkle in her eyes. Zilu and Sode appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Holy shit. Literally me. Miss Zilu? Oh, apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jachu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. How does one age like that? You work in public education. And they are called... I know what this is. What are these supposed to be? G, Young, and Ren. Chi, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it, and risk becoming a brute. Have too little, and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. Uh-huh. So, how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And, Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like I started someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure that I'm in good hands? So what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Gong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! Despite her protestations, 30 days of class commenced. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god, is he represented as a chicken? Oh, those are her stats. Metaphysical approach to ego in the reflected world. Okay. Okay. Dun 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 dun. My name is XICHUN. That's all. Last I have prepared for the day. Aha, I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. Which makes you wonder, going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes? People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed. You show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities and reflecting them. Sure, that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than the potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering in heart. My soul egressed from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows, my life's work, making myself a fugitive. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. Who? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, latent strength, and the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchanter. One must direct their studies in reflect upon itself. Certified Jatsu moment. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. What the fuck? XICHUN has grown! Sinclair has grown! C plus 4, Yang plus 4, Ren plus 18! What the fuck? Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the needn't hate. For some reason, XICHUN appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night? Remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. What kind of flower it was? Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Of course not. Wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. Coward, it came true. What I fucking told you was gonna happen came true. I rolled a fucking Rhodia dupe. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot. Would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. Apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? Yes. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. We are barely on the first lesson, coward. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but... I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. Amazing! I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Class metaphysical approach to ego and the reflected world leveled up to expert. XICHUN / resist. Minus 0.20. Does this affect your NPC version in Kanto 7, by the way? Oh yeah, so, Coward, from the guaranteed Season 1 ticket I got from the Bukak, I got Insult and Ting Tang. The Season 5, of course, gave me the fucking dupe Rhodia. And I'm still holding on to the Season 6 one. They look so embarrassed. Alright, so how do we do this? Do we want to... I'm pretty sure we want to max out her stats, so including a Yi-Sang in the mix probably works. Oh, fucking hell. What? Oh my god! I imagine this event drove people fucking insane. Not from the difficulty, but just from, like, the... What the hell am I looking at? I left my computer on autoplay and somehow ended up here. That's been happening to me a lot here, man. I'm telling you, same. The chillest event. In Mihoyo ass side event. Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and XICHUN both sat with a bit of apprehension as well. Which is understandable given what So told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts at Sode. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that your usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fictions often appear when history is in the making? And let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fictions whose honor's name were engraved in history. Verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of Fixer UFA. This tale beginneth in the year... Sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? It's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha! But of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine these precious, precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold that applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles, UFA. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not really doing anything for either of us. And it's still a useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Huh. I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, XICHUN. Oh, then let me tell you something. Let me tell you that I was training the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss XICHUN's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I tick-tock in response. 'Tis here 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is set to partake in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 villages in which the fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer, the cerulean heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, had said what was the worst ordeal she had to have faced in her career? Got it. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Damn it! I was too slow! Fie, young XICHUN, thou art incorrect! Honorable fixer, the cerulean heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious. Are you fucking kidding me right now? As the supply breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease, what thou hast suggested, young XICHUN, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. That impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales. But most of these are tales I learned from books. I meant it. If only she had her hair coupons. Yeah? Imagine they got stolen. I would never live that down. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, and not to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. She fucking rider posing. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. What was the secret technique the Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. A summer night fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of a super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of fixers by simply reciting with such apathy. Thou must create the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Come on. You can do this, XICHUN. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole! Summer night fantasia! What the fuck? The enunciation was quite shaken upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this plate at the center of my heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha! Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and XICHUN's two-person play, suddenly wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as that UFA, the fixer, was left-handed and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket right before every duel, yet it was a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of UFA, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Huh. Just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. Can't why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in XICHUN's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. XICHUN gained 60 max HP. God damn. I see. For a game set in depressive, this game has cheerful music. I should trust that this is probably an exception. We're expected to do this 30 times. Boom! This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh. Look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Managed to learn various detailed mechanical fundamentals about old H-Corp technology. Amazing. Well, that's how it works. Yeah, I get it. I didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I could do much against the reconstruction days right now, but knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hong Kong can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not. Until Hong Kong can be a place where you can sleep with a promise to save tomorrows. Girl, are you platforming universal basic income? Sure, you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. This is how I greet Sinclair every day. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating the experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. What? How is the word Faust held for review? What the fuck? Faust, that's blackface. You can't do that. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Oh, hell yeah, Gregor. Taxidermy geniuses. Dong, 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 dong. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. The bug man is here. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than a medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. Might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We're this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss XICHUN here failed to finish her ascension. Would have spread like wildfire, too. So, my class is going to be about exactly what happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as if the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why is it gotta... Excuse me. Silu, okay if I smoke. Go ahead. You good? Oh, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? Moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today. No matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though. Can't dilly-dally when Miss XICHUN's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Manage to understand the troubles most foot soldiers go through, and learn how to get a better idea of the flow of the battlefield. That's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has different singularities, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. Just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like the Guanyuan would make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around. The Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. Could explain why they were hesitating outside the Guanyuan. Remember the Thumb fellas? Ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilized the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches move around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to only witness it, but through all of that. He did visit your Fathoms, Gregor, but it wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured its smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off these stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. And Benjamin got away with it! There he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst that he presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting about what happened, then I forgot this was supposed to be a class. Sure to prep something more useful next time. No. Everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, unless something so horrible can happen. Heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up a cigarette after cigarette, without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. AKA a single Ryoshu day. Based on the skills I learned, I managed to recreate the model of a machine from Faust's blueprint. Oh god, it's Hongul's. Hongul time! Day 5, we have to do this for 25 more fucking days. How are classes going, XICHUN? Huh. Not you, big bro. I pay attention. Class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's gonna be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the Venerable Hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Hey, what about Big Sis Baotai? Sure, it's okay for his Wei family guard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Baotai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's order. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. Suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you've taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yihongwan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, XICHUN. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for XICHUN and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote Surviving Hongyuan on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro. Jamu, I mean, the previous hierarch and the Elder's favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? I have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, or sprinkling some powder into one. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? It's stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you're suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, it would not have been here to accompany him. Then Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay. Wait, what? We stand in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Daguanyuan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. I know. Actually, what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you... But Honglu opens his eyes before XICHUN can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked the Yaren's new tea is always delicious, even when cold. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Daguanyan. Since everyone's been trained for immunities in childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. I'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? What the fuck? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Honglu and Daiyu's subtle tells. See, you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with the hunch. You were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. So you were using Miss Daiyu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully. I know that the adepts of each Eisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Mon Shangwu, engineered by the best craftsmen, become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful bonuses to protect your life. Still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creepy sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. Worrying over nothing. XICHUN whipped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told him that she was glad to see him worried. Had a so-so time reflecting upon myself. I had a so-so time learning about various technological and engineering knowledge. Every 6 days, you will be subjected to midterm, prepared by the board of directors, XICHUN. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may XICHUN retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. You will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, it's... I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just that of his concern for XICHUN. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork, cascading over me like a storm, worrying me. Heal yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep-deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. The inner self passive. Alright then. You could restart this whole thing and that's kind of terrifying. Whatever, go forth, my XICHUNs. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I'd hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. You'd run into me then. Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarchy war couldn't be any clearer. Everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on all about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because you're under investigation for treason against Daguan Yuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan? They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions. Though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so the prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit, too. Huh. It did change a little. Still, better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on. Let's do this. Many illustrious figures of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Now, what the fuck is she talking about? Oh my god. Go forth, my XICHUNs! Is that the Rupturer? Look at that rupture count, baby.
나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Based and Jachu pilled. Look at that fucking rupture count, god damn! Me is itching right now, god fucking damn. Thank god. Oh, right, I wasn't supposed to kill him. Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of the clan during the family hierarchy war, didn't you? Yeah? So what? You call me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your... Sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind. Because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. XICHUN. You are tenacious, determined, strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name? Ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Progress! Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. Like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? Think about exploring. Huh? Could be an indoors class? Yep. Exploring. Where should I begin? Very big subject. Pre-soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan, surviving 10 days on Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. That's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. What? A few weeks ago. I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players. Really? Can you really call this tabletop game? No! 10 billion years of Spire! Yet in games of any similar, it is real. Ah, what a move. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. Wonderfully. Huh? Really? Well then, as my next move. That's how you came up with this? I played a few other games, but this is new for me too. It's pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. Amazing. Canon D&D session. I've only ever played one tabletop game at this point. To completion, at least. And it lasted fucking forever. Whoa. Hello, Meanie. What Israel so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among these gathered comes the jam. Oh, it wasn't D&D, it was Spire. The city must fall. Jam? Yeah, Journey Master. Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role. Already string cultivation? Hell yeah! Dungeon Master. Which would be me. It's a Dex. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Oh, looks like we just have to pick one set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and XICHUN picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of legendary treasure called, the Tenyash sword. City of Yanyun, huh? Cool. Why are we looking for that sword again? Whew, it's because, so there's this legend in Yanyun about, the Tenya sword, the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about how having that sword is the proof of the true leader of these lands. So on and so forth, you know? Ishran was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. A city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, XICHUN nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then, I will claim the Tenya sword, no matter what it costs me. XICHUN nods with determination. I had a so-so time with today's adventure. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that Kajan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kajan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. You sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kajan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking him? I do have a pretty high SDR stat, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kajan Keep. I think I got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. On an unrelated note, how would you guys feel about a Baldur's Gate stream? And you pass the check. The Kajan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then. I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects you to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now. Kajan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast, towards Yinshi Mountain. Ah, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kajan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we got a job to do. We have what we came here for. Let's see if we leave the Kajan. Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest. I would have made the same choice. Can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. We're going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns and various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kajan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. Realize that he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tenya sword. He explains that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you it might be raining in about a week. How do we help them out? Phew, okay. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Oh, how very immersive. Actually, in general, how would you guys feel about tabletop streams in the future? Next year, perhaps. On a fully related note, if you do that, you should play the fan-made Project Moon TTRPG Stars of the City on stream. Oh boy. I don't know if I should make my beginning experiences with tabletop stuff. Well, I have two minds about it. On one hand, I'm very unfamiliar with tabletops, and I don't know if starting with anything deviating from the standard is a good idea. My Spire session... I played a knight, and knights in that setting are essentially... They're closer to a syndicate in this context than they are a fixer office. Let's just say. The problem with tabletop settings for me is that, like, people I play with tend to not have very consistent schedules. And that can be problematic. Especially when people drop in and out of the campaign. It's like, you're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. I know. Focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from XICHUN, the fairy Yao Guai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yeah! The Tanya sword is ours! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs it enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this, we can... However... The defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at XICHUN, who just pulled the sword to the ground. No! I quickly get between XICHUN and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One. Another one. Nope. That's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yao Guai lies still as well, the final vestige of his strength completely spent. Did they spray blood on him? Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword. Go down to the village. Become the leader they need. The sword has proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind to descend a mountain on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. It's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab one of my shoulders. That's it. Step by step. Hey, XICHUN. Look over there. Everyone we helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped to talk to every single villager there to hear the troubles. That sword, only a symbol all along. All of our efforts, and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword, are what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. God bless. Oh, nothing's mandatory now. Hmm. How do I want to? How would I metagame this shit? Let's see. -8, -6, -6. 20. You want a free combo? Oh, there it is. Prep time. I literally am looking at it right now. Courage to confront. So what I think I'm going to do is... Because the combo gives me... young stats, right? I'm gonna get a lot of young from Tails. So we'll do that. That way we can do the Faust combos on the alternate one. Because we don't want to go over the cap on the morale. Manage to understand the troubles that most foot soldiers go through and learn to get a better idea of the flow of the battlefield. Oh. Result moment. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Berserk gonna give me fucking morale? What the shit? You're saying Result, Ishmael, and Dawn? Is that the combo you're suggesting? Alright, Result, Dawn, Ishmael combo. What's... Notice... It's very peculiar that he started out as an expert. Regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgments to be peaceful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Share an excerpt from Bear's exchange with him 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to, ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? Hey, it came a few times and it was always dialogue. Is this just dialogue? Gameplay will happen momentarily. This is a very text-heavy game, however. End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down on your request. Oh, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It's a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. Failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Okay, sure. Seems easy enough. Suddenly, Mirsault let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mirsault, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes of... You're cheating! This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately. What? The one who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Oh my god. Took the class. Happy Friday, Azera. We are learning from the most emotionally stunted man in existence. Oh, the morning paper said... Oh! Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we face in the adventure. I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. Holy moly. I will be right back with this shit. This is all one node, right? Yeah, it is. This is fucking insane. Sure, why not? I saw right through every assassination method Honglu prepared. Imagine someone watching one of my Limbus Company streams for the first time and seeing this and going, is this what this game plays like? No. Oh, that's an Otis. Surely they have a combo, yes? Soul Rage rate. Okay, sure. Don and Missile have an increased combo and a stat increased combo with both Otis and Gregor. Okay! Works for me. We love old people! Attention! Today's lesson. We'll cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will have to learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn it to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as superior. You'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Huh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Huh. I think that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength as so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness! Foolishness! Please, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. And that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture. Then, this unit... this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Han Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Han Yuan seemed to put XICHUN in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. And let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets! The good drill sergeant and bad drill sergeant routine. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions that can use to frighten the target. Otis, what the fuck? Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give it an explanation of my own. Ring Employees of the Month. Chat, what did they mean by this? Doctor class. Oh my god. No, chill. Let's fight this shit. Tom Morello doing Final Fantasy XIV music. That's nuts. So I've heard you defeated XICHUN. You would do best not to let that get to your head. It's always been our family's greatest shame. You... You don't have to say it like that. Looks like a fucking motherboard. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family's underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk XICHUN into... You know? What? No. It can't be. I cannot have spilled the beans of my parents. Huh. My men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh. That was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. Didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it! Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this, is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, XICHUN, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself retain power. I was just role-playing it for Soul. Whatever, go full with my XICHUNs.
조금씩 앞으로.
The fucking gong is sending me.
한 번.
What the hell was that?
누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
The Ishmael cut in. Holy fucking ruptured count! Holy shit! Somehow I doubt the Ishmael unit functions like this. Death! Oh, so this event is kind of a wash. Damn it, that was so close. Do you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yanchun actually gained control of Hangyon? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. Do want to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. It was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yuan-Chun's forces. When in reality, she had already discharged them before it began. Made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Mother. Father. Now let's think about this carefully. About Zhao Yunchun's visions for Daguanyan. Will it be more H-Corp? U-Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago. But I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarchy? Big Sister Yuan-Chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarchy. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H-Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? Sure don't plan on doing that. I bet you feel like a big dummy now. The worst season at the moment is either Clockplay or Sheepton. Sheepton is bad? I didn't know that. But also, like, Sinclair was also free. Just for existing while this game was out at the time. I got it! And it didn't even take me that much grinding. But yes, I generally agree with the sentiment of, like, it's Season 6. Bad ideas in Season 6 are still going to be good somewhere. Even Heisho Sinclair has the benefit of making the Lord of Hong Yuan even stronger just by existing. Let's see. Who would pair up with Yoshu? Thinking. The obvious answer is Sinclair, but he's obviously not teaching, so... Let's try Honglu. And Otis. This feels like a weird combo. Actually, if we get rid of... Whenever we get access to Rhodia, I feel like they would make some kind of reference to time-killing time. TKTW. Fuck. DKTW. Why do I keep skipping D? DKTDWK. Huh. Getting kids to deal with kids. He says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that ale black hair guarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there. Artless or otherwise. Today's class. Oh, SYNC. What? But SCAN. Huh? I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. You guys rehearse this or something? Getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully. Evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Being the class material attendant. What the fuck is that? That is the worst fucking haircut I've ever seen in my fucking life. That shit's worse than Joshu. On the venerable family hierarch's orders, I had brought a child for the wedding. I see. No, wait, what? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions. I brought all the rich kids attendant. You're bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Yoshi snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his fucking mind! Memories of childhood are important. The experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting all serious all of a sudden? I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bao are what... Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. Point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. Got a lot of work cut out for you. I don't know if Dagon Yan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He'd be terrified. Imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings, too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. What? Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. She turned into a fucking Asura. Omniscient artist viewpoint. Yeah, alright. There's only one thing worse than a murderer. A child. Could be me. Yeah, the 7-armed spider lady. Oh, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah. Wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? How do your master's martial arts move like that? Yoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. He was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. Hey, Ryoshu! How did you get to be so good with kids? You seem practically experienced, like a veteran in that. She's employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism. Let me say that again. Ventriloquism, Hongju, a traditional Hongyan toy, hand tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he had showed earlier gone without a trace. Never imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat! And with the exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. He's had to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Daguan Yuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? I'll ask, it's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculate creations. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before XICHUN, and then in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child. And that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that when the family hierarch war's over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of the Hongyan Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Daguan safe? I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Ziren guided the child out of the classroom, I found XICHUN whispering something to herself. Got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. It's safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Hell yeah, my Zichuns. Chains of Command. Gameplays of the month is funny as fuck. I'm good. I think it's more fun to piece together. Oh, Ryoshu, of course. It's fine. This is just a repeat of stuff. I gained a so-so level of knowledge on how to talk to children. $60 max HP is fucking crazy. Alright, so surely Gregor... Surely Gregor and Rodi have a combo. How are you enjoying the Intervallo so far? It's the weirdest one I've had to play through. But it's fun. And more importantly, expository in a way that's in character. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, just feels kind of like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do. Ah, wait! Stop staring at us like that and join us at the table! I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh? So you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. You seriously think your shallow, obvious attempt to goad me into playing this will work? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? So we join the table. Alrighty. This lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But, be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds without even hearing a word out of your mouth. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? And XICHUN, you... And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right out. Hey, you... Lock the fuck in! Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me to see it at this point. I already know the ready hand you. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one zong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, because it's not there. Gung. I see. You called Gung Melt. You can claim the Zhang, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Heh. I'm scared. I'm scared! Does that by any chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have this sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Very well. And I'll be setting this Hua aside and... Ooh, I'm impressed. They're way too intense! I can hardly get involved! Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. Importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you got some innate luck, too. Very well, then. I'll have to wager it all on this one suit. Ooh! I won! Ooh! That's a Qing Yao Ju hand! Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhong! Ah, darn. I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Who? Apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei, victorious, stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Holy fucking shit. I had a so-so time learning to prevent my emotions from becoming too obvious. The comedy duo. Class over. Fucking hell. We're seeing 2 combos, 3 combos, 4 combos, 5 combos, 6 combos, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me think. I think we did the Hongru combo then. I noticed that Sinclair's starting to fall behind a little bit. Had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Good gravy. Okay, I didn't want to pick Rhodia because that's a morale boost, so... Yeah, I'm starting to become a little lopsided. Who would go with Rhodia besides Gregor? Don, maybe? Hongbu? Wait, I could try time killing time, couldn't I? That's a lot of Ren, though. That should work, I think. Ah! But it needs his kindness. I didn't just learn how to hide my feelings, I learned how to make whatever expressions I want. Finally won a round against Rhodia. It just took you 2 fucking days. Alright. Let's rock. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother 2. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until eventually returned to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask you for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan-Chun genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. You seriously believe that she has Han Yuan's best interest at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? No. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board's directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Yuan-Chun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd got that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed with the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Han Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin will be your opponent for today. Well, she doesn't look as shit as she did last time. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Angst. Sparring complete and the kind of okay. Slightly relieved burdens. Alright, die. Go forth, my teachings.
망설이지 않고 한 번.
Killed.
조금씩 앞으로. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
What did they feed this girl? Holy shit! She would go fucking nuts in mirror dungeons. Go forth, my boys count. fucking rupture count, dude. If she had more potency, that'd be fucking crazy. The sinners make better teachers than combatants. That's for sure. What? You have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your crap. Little brother? You know who I'm talking about. You have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to loosen anyway. You have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid. He seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time. Being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hangyon. Shut up. Besides, not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I would change Hangyon to be a place where everyone can live without fear. For that, I'm going to protect my seat of power no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yanchuan's Hangyon looks like. It will be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, were you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wan Qinshan left in a hurry. But that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Oh god. Hi, Heathcliff. Okay. I assume Ishmael will go well with Heathcliff. But who else? Ryoshi, maybe? Let's try it. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like one of them boring old classes you've been sitting through. Got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. We want to break the morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' asses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. It's a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks. Glad it catches on quick. That Wade bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Oi! Don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heath triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky. It made a small boop noise. Why do they insist on humiliating Heathcliff in this game? I learned the art of mad dogging and decisive action. Oh my goodness. Shared pain. Yeah, I figured they'd get along. Fuck around, find out. That Ren is fucking ridiculous. I gotta do something about that. She went from being slash weak to just ineffective. She's a fucking beast. And she's not even at max level. Okay, let me think. Who else would he get along with? How many combos am I missing at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing a lot of combos. What the fuck? Are these organized by... anything? I'm trying to scry what combos I would have here. Oh, you know what? I think Ishmael and Otis would get along. Then... I could probably take Dawn for just that, but... Your soul has a thing, right? Here's a command. Does he have a thing with Ishmael? I forget. Yes! And it's a pretty busted one too, and this will raise mostly the blue and green, so this should work. What a wonderful adventure that was. I'm so excited for our next, class. My green is growing. Only a few words. I managed to convince the target to spill all the beans. Oh, that's huge! I don't even have to get to... Holy shit. I don't even have to get to result to raise my morale. This is... Okay, this is what I want... This is what I want to run when I'm nearly on empty, I guess. Pass over. What? XICHUN's Crimson Strike second form rupture. Okay, Apathetic response passive. When other allies are hit, gain 1 offense level up. Curious, considering I've been soloing this entire time. Yeah? Should I be concerned? Is that the dude who fucking kicked our ass in the Kanto? I don't suppose we can combo with him, can we? Let's see. Well, it would make sense for Honglu, I think. Anyone else? Probably Ryoshu? Maybe? This class. After an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued. Will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. Guest lecturer? I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost? Albert told me that the Venerable Hierarch will gift me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Daguan Yuan's brewer. Ooh-wee! Any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hongwan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, clearly not just any poor old drifter. Is acquainted. He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. You what? Family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hongyuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you who only knows to mooch off of other families set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... I see that our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places. With these I have no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling and the dirt is my bed. Well, given that there is no fucking sky in H-Corp. The man who had introduced himself as the Night Drifter, the drunken poem, leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing, and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously... Bad news, Mr. XICHUN. Apparently Yuan-chun's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Sister Yuan-chun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte and hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow. I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with the mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As he said, the family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hongyuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business. Job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. Hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Balyu, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson. They promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? Ha ha ha! I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of projecting a master sent to us by XICHUN herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister XICHUN more ammunition to take me down. And you there. We'll have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Ooh-wee! Ain't that a threat? I only taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Toad's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. I'll give you a demonstration if you swing away. Uh-huh, that's enough. But I didn't. I was just getting started? Your form is flawed and your breathing's hollow. Did I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. The heck? Is this guy serious? Never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. The arms are straight and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. Let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupils, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Right, you asked for it. XICHUN takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. Your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way in between her strikes, which failed to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. Far too eager to strike, focus singularly on your opponents, with force distributed unevenly across your body. You'll fail to cut and gain a little hole as a comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes XICHUN's back with a twig. Everyone vying for the seat in a family hierarchy have to go through it eventually. First kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? Wasn't that bad this time, but what if they way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bao, you won't accept your gift, my lady. Doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. A silly, pathetic attitude. Have. Just how... My lady. It wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the likes of bleed feeds. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping with others? Let it all go. Gaze as the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, XICHUN's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. He's got it. Well, then what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. My memories haven't failed me yet. You were one of young Master Jiaobao's underlings, correct? Underling? Yeah. However you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. So why do you think it was that you, specifically you among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed question. But he soon regained his composure and replied, "Well, who else besides you would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to teach the classes out of boredom in West Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes. I mentioned what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here, and..." Such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? Just what are you talking about? Bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. Still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the sudden serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Yeah, that makes sense. I emptied all distracting thoughts and let the flow of battle swing my weapon. I think I managed to cut through something invisible. Okay, so this is the generalist lesson. That is a lot of fucking Ren. Oh shit, we're almost at the 30 days. Alright, what other combos are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. My god, we're still missing a lot of combos. What the fuck? What would I be missing? Alright, Rodina and Don Quixote. I'm gonna try Heathcliff and Don Quixote. And then Faust, I guess, just to round her off. Actually pretty similar. Yeah, okay. I think we just do that again, actually. Morale is tip-top. Okay. Oh shit, mandatory class. You know, her stats are pretty fucking baller right now, so it's chill. Like, it's not perfect, but fucking damn. Damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. But the family head's getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off. And now she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. So, confession time. I just got done playing a similar mini game in Honkai Star Rail, where instead of precious Chinese little sister, it's little oomphy chimera creature. All the entertainment of the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly. If I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. But just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun!
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Okay. God, look at his fucking face, man. It keeps shooting the fuck out. Ah! Anyway, death.
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
Yeah, oh damn indeed.
앞으로. 그 해결사의 역경을 피하면
Hidden counter skill.
누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Oh my god, that health count. That fucking poise count! That rupture! Disgusting! He got fucking owned! Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons! Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. And you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war is over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real! You have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power? By playing this fool's game? Answer me, Wesson, says Alfarius YT. How wild is your stream? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your haste back between every pillar at that assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip! Chop off their head where they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. Here to make Hangyuan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you, of all people, might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break. I'm just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling empty around Dongguan Yuan. I only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. What a charmer that Zui Pan. Oh, I didn't read that, actually. My bad. Japan sauntered away, but XICHUN found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you, I am. My lady? XICHUN seems deeply engrossed in thought. Eh? Awful! Mood down! Awful! Mood down! This should be fine, I think. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. Oh, useless, isn't it? XICHUN? When these classes end and you guys all leave, guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? Those bastards who only thought in their empty heads is how... Those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms? Wait, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is that a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I rarely done it back when I was in school, but... Did you guys ever play hooky? I don't think I ever intentionally missed a day of school. All my slacking was done inside the premises. There's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh. I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. What friend was that, Sinclair? 3. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well. Let us play just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? It's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Lushui Hermitage? As of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. Average body of water in Las Vegas. Do I even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day, we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in their end. When they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit? It is all right with you? XICHUN didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Why did you have to say that, robot? You weren't kidding. I've avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. Why are you kicking those poor carps? I hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was this tree that happened to take root here. What matters, fine lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had set my mind since then, as I was quite swamped with work, but... the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts... Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes. I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Well, that makes the, this a little awkward. I'm sorry, is that a mandatory Heathcliff? Okay. Who else would Heathcliff get along with? You have a thing with Dawn? I forget. No. How about people with ties to people they know in N-Corp? That's really Ren heavy. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm taking this far too serious. That should work, I think. Alright, class, here's a new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. Don't matter how many there are, or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we put up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Thinking of Ishmael and Otis, huh? Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? XICHUN maintained her silence, the old scar and her pride growing sore again. So, let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. Don't need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how can I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults since my years in the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff! Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man! This guy sucks! All you're doing up there is standing around and trying to look cool! Ooh, that one's got to sting a little. That's it, you little shite. Is what I would have said back in the day. I probably would have stuck with you with probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, like, club. I've changed too. What's his accent? What's his accent? So did you. I can see that fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now, let's practice. Looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and XICHUN? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreets days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? that what besties is supposed to mean? XICHUN asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Sinclair found dead with thousands of rupture stacks.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Oh, wait, shit, he's... overwhelmed, huh? Determination. Roots of education. Upon entering the stage, gain thrashing to hatch. If the unit is staggered, recover from stagger, then gain a sign. Sinclair, where's all this fucking rupture count? Where's your fucking kit? Fuck!
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
Sinclair, that's a stick.
자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 봉황의 날개처럼. 전부 본다고.
The cute Hong Lu cut in.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
I'm sorry, Sinclair, you're washed. God, could you imagine XICHUN starts an attack animation, then fucking Damien shows up and cuts her in half? Dude folded immediately. Holy shit. You can grow these nuts in your mouth.
꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만.
Don't worry, Sinclair. Oh my god, this is gonna be a loading screen for a while now, isn't it? Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. It was not. Good match. Don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? Two of them clashed with everything they learned. With all they learned up until the lessons began. Corrosion would have been funny as fuck. I thought for sure that XICHUN would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity in the tough training XICHUN has had his family hierarch candidate, but... Perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. Gamer Sinclair. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons. And the fight ended before we got any further, so thankfully, I'm not hurt or anything. Only a bit of fever on my forehead, though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. Not like anything bad happened when the mark manifested back in La Mancha land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people had ever shown similar marks, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? And by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes. It's like your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. World of Darkness lights playing. Wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world on my own. That was so overwhelming that, well, here you can't quite commiserate. Been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave the Guanyan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei. I felt unutterably lost. So much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were ready for that world, for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. I think it must have been pretty exciting for him. We had no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and crimping his hair. Something just came up. Last a minute. Guys, I think he's over it. Oh, Jesus. Gee, it's now one level over the fucking level cap. Why not? It's actually pretty good for my young as well, so. Oh, mandatory. It's time for Hongles and Ryoshu, I think. Fuck it, might as well cap out that Ren, huh? I emptied all distracting thoughts and let the flow of battle swing my weapon. I think I managed to cut through something invisible. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? Ha ha! It's only been a few days since your training began, yet my other martial arts master would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you two pouting all lesson. Woo-wee! Now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. A slight friction from the tips of your toes, rustle of your clothes, your breaths. Erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Get the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms. Break the mold, become the flow. Like only your will remain. Venomous seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that XICHUN and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both XICHUN and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had looked a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. My neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. Wonder if it's that saying, He's sawing others from time to time. You lose one nose with eyes open. My neck hurts too, huh? You don't suppose that we just got poisoned? Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. You've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far. You'd find it quite easy to reach the stage of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? Empty your mind already? I'd have taught you everything. I'd have taught you everything had you entered my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. Oh, our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. Technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them flows flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case... Ooh-wee, that's some good wine indeed. Guess I'll go with something like... Bastard Sleep Unrestrained Ripples? That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zulu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke, long emptied any history worth delving into. Oh great, he's also a Pinky member, right? Watch. Screw it, why not? Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. I could suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we could suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the mask of anonymity. The box is quite heavy, but everyone's been making quite liberal use of it. Let's see, at the bottom has to be the first message. See what it says. Oi! Gotta ask. Those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? Got a whinge to the face. Oh, I ain't got much else to say. So, got one. Neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? About a smoking head, over and over again. Point is, it's been getting on my nerves. that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it on my own way. Deal with it? How? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares have with an executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? I'm going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble. I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You would best prepare yourself for the consequences. Oh, it's like he's right here, speaking right into my ear. I thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but probably been spying on these papers, huh? That proof too. Fold this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape. Whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing. Compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Bella Morte trenches. We're going to have to reestablish some house rules. Death report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Ah, no way. They never steal from each other no matter how hard things get. Something bubbles. Finally, someone's finally submitted a real concern here. Was it a Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer's been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Then why did you keep... Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. It might be something serious for once. Can't just let this way like nothing happen, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Did I forget this happening? Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night. So we all ran to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide? Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but... Oh yeah, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. Here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? What I mean? And the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't! Why the fuck would Mersault write the alarm clock broken due to shock at the time of the precisely? Oh, and that hour, only two individuals were night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22, one of the two individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante? Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day. Briefly. Faust made a few criticisms of my command style, and she's right, but tended to not hear her because they didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that! Oh, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but noticed the dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. No, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke. One of them stayed put in his own room, know what I mean? Witness, too. If that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened then. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. What is this fucking Intervallo? In truth, among numerous cosplays that I wish to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, the tale beginneth early in year 757. After a very long read, alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs, though 'twas a pity he had no pipe. only a cigarette between his teeth. Young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop. The compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to rescue it, the tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we know now Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. PC. EWNN. A code? Sinclair? Translation, please? Yeah. Trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general content of a word, so... Fortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork into my head. Guys? Alright, that's it. Clockhead, read up. I'm gonna confront the sod and tell him like it is if there's something bugging him, instead of whinging in his sleep. Now where is he? Hey, nice. I mean, looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Are you well? It is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, none other than myself who pummeled your head. Fuck. To explain this, one must first explore the... The sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a eloquent describing of it. I write before you in shame, and express my willingness to accept any so loud. I seek nothing but... Can't believe the culprit was that sinner! Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh? Hello, Dante. I was just in a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off. I'm returning it here. Find its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. What are we doing, guys? Where are we? I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering? Wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire? Or if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yi-san. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yi-san? Arm next to the manager. It's about to go off. Have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends? Culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but others were so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to... You know? Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. Tell you another truth. I think I might have an idea as to why I haven't made a student alongside Miss XICHUN. There must be something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so... They must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them. I got my overpowered boyfriend to solve mine. While I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. You're telling me that my time's yet to come, but... I don't know. I just get the feeling that that ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and pressure of having failed to confront it. It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're on the bus, isn't it? You know, just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will. If I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was... Hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. Oh, you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. We did it, everyone! It's day 30 time! Minimal Ren gains, I think, but... This should work, I think. I was grinding modded ruin in the background. We're at day 30. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to XICHUN on her way out to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I've taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, XICHUN. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zhigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please, don't worry yourself too much. Have faith in me or not? Upon I return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be XICHUN. I have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Zoe Valchai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, Big Sis Valchai? didn't stop myself from paying you all of his out of pity. Only XICHUN and Bao you both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis. Please stop talking to me like that. Didn't know you could even say such a thing. How you? It's always been this way. The fruit is fully ripened. You have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. You can't just let go. You can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how do you walk so soft, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the day goes by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. How could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer. My hands may reach you. You already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? XICHUN's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yuan-chun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them! Wei sprinted outside before Zui Baochai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Jigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Have I been having fun? 30 days of princess making! Now we return back to Limbus Company!
Limbus Company!
Though, a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. So this is what you have chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you decided to follow yours. Baochai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Whoa! Zui Baochai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Did anyone else see that fucking Korean text for a second? Fuck it. Ooh, boy. A terrible jest Jia Yuan-chun plays, down to the very last day. Much time's passed already. She got some oddly Oswald-coded dialogue in this interval, doesn't she? I don't know about Oswald of all characters. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in the rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. The talk about fragrance, I think, is something straight from Dream of the Red Chamber. I haven't read it, but it seems like something so oddly specific as to not be a literary reference. I still have to read that book. Blast you with 700 pages of Chinese literature. As the time is not on our side, the Heisho packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. This place. Indeed, that glorified internment camp of Han Yuan now shut down. Oh! Yeah, that's not 700 pages. I'm gonna kill myself. Ingan Residential Support Zone. It is a policy Jia Yanchun and the former Jiamu pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled, and the zone was closed off as many voiced reluctance to pass it. But I find it hard to believe that Jia Yanchun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. Okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yuan-chun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Tower, do you think I should just rip off the band-aid to do this Season 6 extraction guarantee? There could be one more seasonal. Alright, I'll be patient and wait another 2 weeks, I think. It'll be revealed by next week for sure, right? Oh yeah, I was like, no ID. Oh yeah.
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 것.
가시죠. 각 정리. 자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Let's rock.
배 좀 채울까?
We heard ourselves along the winding passages of Hongyuan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster had the Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding irregular paths reminded me of why palanquins were a thing in Hongyuan. Ah, already. Upon our arrival at the location Xigong pointed out to us, something emerged in the dark. Figure. No, 2, 4. A small platoon of shadows. Damn it. Around it. Oh gee, I wonder what these guys are. Shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. She branch of the Heisho packs. They don't belong to the family hierarch. Boy, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way out of this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. In Claire's fright, we don't have any time to waste. Go forth, Heisho packs.
실수 있지, 의도 있지.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지. 불가 위야
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
하나 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
불타.
목을 잘라주마.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
Oh,
그리고
he's
일단 시작하면
he's
끝나기
goated,
전까지
actually.
갈기는 거지.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
go forth, my cock
촬영도
player.
바로. 더 모아쳐라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
토끼를 보낸다. 저
아,
해충들을
여기서 이런
도려내라.
공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
훌륭하군요.
Death. Well, two health, but you know.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말
효율적인
강해지셨네요.
대처로 개체를
매일
꿰뚫었습니다.
보아왔는데도
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
감회가
쉽게
새로워요.
하지 않아요.
발톱 세워.
친히 목을 떨고 주마.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 훌륭하군요.
Death.
이제 깨우치시길.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 말로
Answer me, hateful pest.
놈을 키울 수
Did I forget to ask a question last time? Fuck.
계속하면
물
되겠네요.
넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의
바람
정의
불어오는
기여도가
대로
있음을 판단했습니다.
짓밟아라.
Whatever, go forth, Steed.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
다음은 어디로?
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 빈틈투성이네.
The steed marches forth.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Wow, he actually managed to
두려움
outdamage
없이
fucking
나아갈 수
Faust
있는
on that one. God
아씨가 그리던
damn.
홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고
Holy shit, he is still talking.
온몸에
He
피를
is still
묻혀가며
talking.
쉼.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
God damn, that boy keeps fucking talking.
실수 있지, 의도 있지. 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
날개를 펼치고
시비수에게
발톱을
명한다.
걸어.
이 앞에 숨쉬는
Bruh.
자
Bruh.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
일기당천.
Go for it, Sinclair. Show Heath what a real fucking cockeyed he is.
효력사.
계속하면 되겠네요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Answer me, Haciopats.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어 바로
아,
묘여,
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Why is Ryoshu walking around?
훌륭하군요. 이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
옳다.
Is she supposed to be my
큰
childhood
흐름을
crush?
뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
일기당천.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다. 알립니다. 상황이 통제될 가능성이 지속적으로 상승하고 있습니다. 요원 여러분들은 분투하시어 빠른 사태 진화에 협조하시길 부탁드립니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈을 끊어 바로
Death!
이제 깨우치시길. 이제 깨우치시길.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Answer
말로
me,
방금
이 정도
Haciopats.
상류의 허덕이나
저 해충.
Why don't you guys generate more rupture count? Fuck.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
길을 열어라.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다.
한눈 같다.
인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 외에는 없.
훌륭하군요.
Death!
이제 깨우치시길.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐. 마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라, 자로여. 보기 드문
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
The adept. Okay.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, also evidenced by the corpses of Shibra and Teisho torn wildly about the room. Who's that? Dante, the horse is here. The bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait, eh? Hold on, his eyes, Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us. He's... Rhodia cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away with you. The hooves intermittently kick the ground with anticipation and aggression. Did I accept your friend request? I completely forgot, I guess. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Endless snakes dare trespass! Your hideous coils. Maybe I shouldn't deploy Gregor and Rhodia for this one. I will crush them to mold under my hooves. Your way, right? He's completely lost it. Ground your filthy scales to dust! Yeah, okay. Former Heisho Wu adept. Well, Uma sang, huh? Gain 3 Strider Wu and 1 Berserking. Well, good thing we're not a fucking Rupture ID. Recoiling. I'm gonna be honest, I don't have to interact with this mechanic, do I? Actually, that is a level 75 enemy. I might have to pay attention. Nah, just kidding. Fuck it. Go my win rate. Yeah, I know, I just have to... Well, you know I gotta clash this skill, right? There we go. The way it works is that you want to just, like... You technically want to just fucking... get him to trigger Tremor Burst on a target that doesn't have Tremor. But... Hello? In other words, beating him to death with your bare fucking hands.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
That was a very...
결정 염화.
효력사. 좋아.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 면 되겠네. 조금 멀겠지만.
Okay. Let me think. Yeah, sure, fuck it.
일기당천. 시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Yeah, okay. Ah! Oh my fucking god! Damn, that clash get neutral.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지. 형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
Okay, that should work. Unless... Yeah, that works.
발톱 세워.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Hey, I think I know where I saw that ability.
좋아, 재밌잖아.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
Alright, good. Oh, is that what I think it is? No, let's hit a target. That should work. Alright! Anti-behavioral packs!
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
길을 본다.
Why is the horse here? Oh fuck!
저
I
해충들을
forgot to do
도려내라.
that.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Death!
묘야. 길을 열어라.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
혈염도 바로.
Mouse moment.
틈을 끊어.
Death!
그때 생각 안 나? 탄창에 딱 한 발 남았었고.
남은 머리수는 셋일 때였나. 타마키가 한 번에 끝냈다.
지금도 비슷하게 끝낼 수 있을 것 같네.
I mean, he's better fucking fight it, right? I think we just fucking kill him. Yeah, I think we're just gonna fucking kill him. Check this shit out.
더럽혀진 몸은 모를 하늘조차 없다시니 악하다는 모든 것들아 나와 영원토록 멍을 잡구나.
틈을 끊어.
Mouse moment. Death!
혈염도 바로. 모아쳐라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Show him a real mutation.
팔은 변해 있었어.
Bat Panda activate! Ah, well, hey, wait a second. Can I? I can. It would be really fucking funny if we died.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
한놈 쪼아먹었다. 다음.
Oh, that was... I can't say easy. I used a fucking Heisho to shut up. Hey, you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy, you're not looking so good. The nasty wound Lei Hin gave you starting to bleed again. XICHUN will be here soon. Stay here and wait for the revival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. XICHUN's gonna be just okay. Totally. You already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than what she is, than what she now stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the streams of past. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? XICHUN became the hierarchy to transform Hong Yuan into a nest that serves its lowest. Secret Sinclair Kanto.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh, good. Was you? Your big sister Yuan Chun's final exam? You're going to kill me anyway. Why did you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all the time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as waste, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Like Guan Yuan's full of backstabbers anyway. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hong Yuan and the city. Normally, those type of people wait until my guard is down to strike. There are plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. Gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. You were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Ha! Why would I use that claim? Why would I use that to claim my people's life when I could just use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine in the local Kejun, which I did. That precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths drifting hither and thither as currents took me. Meaningless life of having gained nor left behind nothing. And wouldn't you know it, this kid would just become the next hierarch. First time in the history of family hierarchs had seen, refused the true master of Hong Yuan. Those with vision for the future of Hong Yuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hong Yuan trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, dark and suffocating. The other people who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons more than an extra may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seemed that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Then, never once have I taught a pupil who would fall at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. We are going to auto you to death, motherfucker.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
What is giving her that fucking aura? The spirit of fixers? Oh my god, she's got all the fucking statuses. Oh! Go forth, my XICHUN packs!
좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Holy shit. Good night, coward. Master training. Oh, Dow. That one before. Level 70 though, that's scary.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Holy fucking stacks. 10 HP. Faint guilt. So he's actually level 55. Meanwhile, my Zichun is level 57, so, death!
자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
Holy fucking shit!
전부 본다고.
Dude!
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
True decapitation. Death blow. Dude. Dude!
꽃처럼
넷!
화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
You took like no fucking damage off of that. What the fuck? I just killed her and killed him. Fuck.
정리가 예상보다 일찍 끝났군. 보고서는 내가 작성해 둘 테니 다음 정리 전에 휴식을 취하도록.
Fucking W Corp Otis jump scare.
배 좀 채울까?
I fucking blitzed that Night Drifter. God damn.
특이성 감지 센서 청속 타입 G 확인. 요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
I was crying myself to death in the restroom. I was way off his meds. I am Keisho Faust. It was fucked.
결정 염화. 타!
효력사. 좋아.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
계속하면 되겠네.
혈염도 봐라.
Not to mention,
넣었으니
Sinclair is fucking
요원 여러분의 제압으로
Watson
성공적
during this
상황
intervallo.
종료 확률이 약 4.188% 상승했습니다. 축하드립니다.
struggling. I don't believe in struggling.
세와.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자,
I might believe in struggling now.
뭐라며 쓰지 마라. 더는 못 따라나.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
No, I don't believe in struggling. Death. Okay, not death, but soon
둘 넘고
you'll get what's coming to you.
꺾고 제쳐라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
How we got this?
날개를
Let it ride.
펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
무용하군요. 틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
이제 깨우치시길.
Answer me, Heisho
도끼를
Pax.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 저
Did we
해충들을
raise a
도려내라.
fucking powerful Zichun or what?
다들
묘야.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
길을
정말
열어라.
달라지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 감회가 새로워요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Don't forget to mention that in this intervallo, your character got heavily buffed depending on what classes you take.
깔끔하게 물었군.
I have pointed out the buff myself multiple times, including
사무실
in the
직원을
past
더
like
늘릴
minute.
재정 여유는 없군.
자, 어느 쪽일지
말로
잘
받아라.
생각해보라고.
Answer me, Hazel
저
Pax.
해충들을
Need we
도려내.
read to succeed?
오야. 길을 열어라.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
예상 못했나봐.
혈염도 바로
Kill!
와, 봤어요, 단테님? 돌아오면 칭찬을 잔뜩 해주셔야겠는걸요?
불가 위약. 막아내지 못해 이제 깨우치시길.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다.
This
워크율처
particular
연산
sheet
시스템은 해당 행동의 약 14%의
It's gonna get
정신 요소가
bored.
있음을 판단했습니다.
없다시 악하다는 모든 것들아, 나와 영원토록 뻥을 잡구나.
죽었네. 다음은 어디로?
The steed marches
바람
forth.
불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
You think Dante has to rewind that fucking spear out of Honglu every time he uses that ego?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍우는
Oh.
그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Oh, we're going to. Okay.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
It's gonna be great.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Oh, I see he's locked in. I know this shit's not fucking scripted.
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
Nah.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 봉황의 날개처럼. 전부 보인다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Dude. Death! XICHUN! Now that's impressively sneaky. Well, they're not beasts of Hong for nothing, eh? They just had to get between me and my pupil's spa. Master, wait, you've been working for XICHUN the whole time? Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell, brief as our acquaintance has been? My service is to no one but the bottle. Have all 12 masters squeeze into the battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and a master stabbing these people in her back isn't? This is Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument. The Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swung their purple arms at XICHUN without hesitation. Slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? We're stopped inches from XICHUN's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes, haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. You had to withdraw as the Night Drifter, the drunken palm, got in your way. We serve the same clients. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, The Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. I know, I didn't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Ooh-wee. Too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should at least make for a fairer fight. With all of our teachers being here and all. You... I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine. It's not like stopping one attack makes you your ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble one here in Hongyuan once this contract is over.
분위기 좋은데?
지금이라면 한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있겠군.
So, like... That should do.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Fucking never mind, god damn. What am I even here for?
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃です. 이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
혈염도 바로 와. 더 모아쳐라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
Sure, this works.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Oh shit. And XICHUN is not fucking around.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Yes. Hi, do you know the Lottery Corporation? I know everything up to what you see here, except for Distortion Detective.
빈틈투성이네.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더
누구도
좋구나.
아냐. 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
We'll leave that to XICHUN to handle. Since Herbert made time track, it means Ian had to deal with the Yapper. I'm gonna hit that one with a true. This should work.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 무형. 마지막은 무념.
Oh my god! My XICHUN is invincible!
좋아, 재밌잖아.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Wait, moment! Honestly? Yeah, it's fucking dead. God, her speed's faster.
일기당천.
꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Answer me, Heisho
도끼를
Pax. How does it feel to be
저
overpowered by my little
해충들을
sister?
틈을 끊어. 바로
Death!
묘여. 길을 열어. 정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
효력사. 좋아.
Was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. He already experienced the hit of his strength then, when he invaded our room during the family hierarch war and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heisho! Can't fight him and the She Branch off at the same time. If we were trying to create a distance between us and where the She Branch are ready to strike us, the Night Drifter will definitely try to exploit that opening. Considering that we had to keep XICHUN safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. Is it hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly dying at the door like a novice. See? The snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. Ah, you're stalling until the Heisho packs of the family hierarch arrive. Those strategies and thoughts are plain as day. I see. That's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The Night Drifter produced another tree branch of his clothes. I quickly cast it toward the doorway which the Heisho were gathered. With a thwack, the heavy roof atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork. I thought I'd given you enough snakes. I thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hong Yuan has given rise to an intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. What use is all that if you cannot stop this little girl from passing on her before old man? Passing on from before her old man on a restructuring day. Well, averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in return. And behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. And I abandoned both my honor and name. All that remained was a life of living for the sake of living. Nothing more. And I believe the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hong Yuan as well. Well, just as it had been for this useless drunk, devouring it in surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its head. First time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. You see? The sun rises even in Hong Yuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound. Keep the venom within. Let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form. One who aims to bring change to these lands must do so without the knowledge of curmudgeons too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. You know who could use this lesson right now? Emptiness of mind. In Hong Yuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight. Not let your mind be too transparent. Not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed. You will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, Master. Then do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch of Hong Yuan to let live a fellow assassin who dared to make an attempt at our life. XICHUN wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Well, my XICHUN is going to beat you to death, so don't think you're gonna get off easy. Oh yeah, buddy boy, you're dead before this turns over. Enjoy your fucking bleach stacks, bitch! Aura farming. Get out of here, Carmen! There's no one to distort right now! The Night Drifter stumbled. Smelled of pungent, bitter wine. When the undeceived dregs of old cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp water shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. Right now? Oh, she's definitely there. Definitely exists.
또 한 줄
Surprising absolutely
길을
fucking no one.
핏물진
The blowjob siblings.
세월이 지나면
Once again rear their fucking
홍우는
heads.
그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Well, here we are. Current content. The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous, unaffiliated assassin only known as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hong Yuan. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say, it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Dagwanyan. Have I listened to the newest Millie songs? Yes, I have. I even leaked the Kanto 9 stuff so you'll distort. Oh! I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at that site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho's she-branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to that particular location at that specific time? Big Sister Yuan-chun. Limba? Limbussy?
Limbus Company!
Yeah, I was listening to Dear Oblivion for like a month straight when that came out. That's so. Yet they testified that their presence was only to eliminate the drifter of the night who dared sneak into Dagwanyan. Earlier than your own Heisho pack, even. Isn't what the Ripple sees from Honkai Star Rail? Or am I thinking of a different song? Yeah. Not only did you get me a new master, in your impatience to see my growth, asked that same master to harm me. Certainly outdone yourself, sister. Nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hong Yuan who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. I avoided listening to that one because I also play Honkai Star Rail! And I'm behind on that. Speaking of, please look forward to tomorrow's Nihoyo stream. 8 o'clock Central. XICHUN, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Dagwanyan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But, Yuan-chun, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me, but you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarch core. Sure, Big Sister Yuan-chun might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. You might fill your pockets for now. But in the long run, you know she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I am still the Chief Executive Director here at H-Corp. And you, dear Big Sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q-Corp. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hongyan needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where one does not need to project fear. Yes. That is my vision for Hongyan, for H-Corp. Oh, you can't hurt me with those leaks. I've already seen those. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The 4 great houses and I. We ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. The Architects Collab would have been right here after this. Damn. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Dagwanyan's growth never seemed to stop. But more and more people outside seem to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I've clearly explained my will. Forget about all your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, XICHUN. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. It's true. With how often she's changing the condition of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed in stark contrast with the hierarch who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty. She knows when to be serious. I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And she remembered my name. With her eloquent strategic prowess and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. She's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, and I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I think she is someone of rare talent we must so easily. XICHUN, Huazhen, Lan Xiao, and Wang Qishan. Omitted. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring as the family hierarch. Yimin Shui-pan, who shared his sentiments via a letter, voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties, or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch. Which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was, wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies, like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please, do watch your health. You've always been a sick child come winter. Remember that the only way is down once you've reached the peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control of Huan. Our time shall come. Huan without the Zhanhuang worm will fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progress. Then, nothing. Bao Yu said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Falling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bao Yu won't come back. Can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not... Come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word? That I can make him return? Strategies of old say that one must steer trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble is steered in H Corp, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q Corp. When that time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H Corp to Bao Yu. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens XICHUN. But I have nothing. Poor little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may be to me. Worry not. I am your only remaining light after all, aren't I? Are. Ah, what a cute outfit. With XICHUN watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure from Daguanyan. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seemed that we were to be assigned various odd jobs around this area for a little while, like going to a different dimension? Not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H-Corp. Finally leaving this place for real, huh? XICHUN, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. XICHUN exaggeratedly waves her hand to make us leave. Hey, you ever get the chance? Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Well then, we're gonna need our help. Our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hongyuan, don't you? You find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit? Instead of going out there again and risk getting scammed. Hongguan's open, you know. Who? Oh my. All that get out, go in. Don't even think about coming back. Seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't you? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity, giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding logic here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Daguanyan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with that rapid-fire answer without giving us even a second to reply, she whipped around and left to join Wei. Oh, barely to be an educator of another was the task most daunting. Did the last even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me her class consisted of her showing off those figurine collections, of course, and students to sit through another one of them obscure Lord summaries. Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I sure hope Rhodia didn't get totally shown up in her own area of expertise. Oi! Smoky last with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach him anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? And speaking of which, I think I've seen you smoking in a while. No smoking in front of kids. Yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. I never thought you'd know how to do things like that. We'll learn when there's a need. Ever since the classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off into an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we hadn't heard of before. Bummer we didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We should have gotten a video camera. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? Really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since XICHUN's given us the option, let's head back to Yuan. Seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. But you've been repeatedly eyeing the departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that the excuse me. Now that their company is departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Dagwan Yuan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they taught me. My heart for a long, long time. And we've done it! We've caught up the current content. Alright, what yellow calf video you got for me? Oh god, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's a wonderful sound. Oh, I gotta disable stream mode. Oh, that's the Gen 3 version, huh? Isn't it? How very nostalgic. Did you guys know that Pokemon Emerald... Did you guys know that Pokemon Emerald was my first ever Pokemon game? Holy shit! That's our CEO. Well, that was it, everyone. No more Limbus Company for, like, 3 weeks. Don't worry, next week we'll read Distortion Detective. Bulls? Not until next banner. But yeah, holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, not again! I can't fucking believe you guys. Fucking ow. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. Yeah, alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you everyone for watching. Have I completed hard mode on Time Killing Time and Warp? Yes. I completed all the hard modes. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to the channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/wildwest, and I also stream on YouTube. You can also follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter, where I post a bunch of stupid shit sometimes. You can also join my Discord by typing !Discord in the Twitch chat and clicking the invite link from there. Till then, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are, whenever you are. And I am done. Bye!